Good morning, and welcome to Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. I would also like to extend my greetings to all those joining us online at this moment. I warmly welcome you at the University of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria and to this Humanity building, where I'm joined today by several representatives of our public administrations who honor us with their presence this morning. Raúl García Brin, who is going to take the floor first, Councillor of Environment, Climate, Energy and Knowledge of the Cabildo de Gran Canaria. Julieta Schallenberg, Deputy Regional Minister for Ecological Transition, Climatic Change and Energy of the Government of the Canary Islands. And Carolina Darias, Mayor of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria City Hall. I will just going to give the floor to all of them, together with the director of this this conference. So I will have addressed you a few words at the end of this session. First of all, I would like to give the floor to Raúl García Brin.
Good morning, everyone. Rector, dear Luis, authorities, members of the scientific and academic community, participants in this 21st SDEWES conference. Welcome to Gran Canaria. I believe it would be difficult to choose a more appropriate place for a conference devoted to sustainable energy, water, and environmental systems, because an island is in many ways a real-life laboratory. Here, our limits are visible. We have limited land and resources, significant pressure on water, and an isolated electricity system. But precisely because of these constraints, islands can also become extraordinary places to innovate. And when I look at the program of this conference, smart energy systems, renewable islands, energy community, storage, hydrogen, etc., I recognize many of the challenges we are trying to address every day here in Gran Canaria. With the support and expertise of the University of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria, we developed our energy transition agenda, but plans only matter if we are able to turn them into real projects. That is what we are trying to do. We are deploying photovoltaic generation primarily in already developed areas, public buildings, car parks, sport facilities, industrial estates, and other public infrastructure. But producing renewable energy is no longer enough. The challenge now is to manage energy intelligently, combining generation with storage, flexibility, demand management, and increasingly digital and smart energy systems. Perhaps our largest example of this integrated approach is Salto Bechira, the major pumped storage project currently being developed on an island. For Gran Canaria, Salto Bechira is more than an energy infrastructure. It connects two of our greatest challenges, energy and water. It will provide large-scale renewable energy storage, helping us to integrate much more renewable generation and reduce emissions. In other words, it connects energy and water, mitigation and adaptation, exactly the kind of integrated approach that lies at the heart of this conference. We are also developing energy communities because a smart energy system is not only about technology, it is also about people becoming active participants in the energy transition. We are electrifying mobility, and very soon our public island-wide network will reach 100 charging points distributed across Gran Canaria. And together with the Port of Las Palmas and the Canary Islands Institute of Technology, the ITC, we are promoting a green hydrogen project, exploring another important piece of the future energy system and the decarbonization of activities that are difficult to electrify directly. Just a few weeks ago, we had an experience that symbolizes this transformation particularly well. Pope Leo XIV visited Gran Canaria and celebrated a large mass at the Gran Canaria Stadium. The stadium and the neighboring sports, the Gran Canaria Arena, now form an energy system combining photovoltaic generation, battery storage, and ultra-fast electric vehicle charging. So that mass was probably one of the first major celebrations involving a contemporary pope to be powered by a combination of solar energy and battery storage. It may sound like an anecdote. I don't think it is, because the energy transition becomes real when it moves from papers, models, and strategies into our everyday lives. And that's why conferences like SDEWES are so important. Many of the solutions you will discuss here over the next few days can be tested in places like Gran Canaria. Islands have particular vulnerabilities, but those same vulnerabilities can turn us into exceptional laboratories for innovation. So I invite you not only to enjoy Gran Canaria, but also to use our island as a laboratory. Challenge us, share your knowledge with us, and let us transform good research into real solutions. Welcome to Gran Canaria, and thank you very much.
Hello and good morning, everyone. I'm very glad to be here today, especially in this occasion that the SDEWES had come to our region, has come to Gran Canaria and to Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. I'm really very glad to be here because I'm often assistant of this conference in my past. I'm professor at the university. I've been attending to many of the editions before, and so I'm very glad to be today on the other side, on the management side of the conference and of the region. First, I would like to thank and to greet Luis, the Dean, Carolina, the Mayor, Island Government, Raul, but also Neven, who make it possible for this many years to be here this last 21st edition, but also Pedro Cabrera, my colleague of the university, and also my former colleague of ITC, Gonzalo. Thank you very much all, and I'm very glad to be here. So it is for us of a major challenge, the issues we are going to tackle in this conference. We're talking about energy, we're talking about water, we're talking about sustainability, and we are talking about environment. All of them, 4 major issues in the Canary Islands. In the government these days, what we are trying to do is to pave the way to decarbonize our islands. It's not easy. We are very far away. We are what we call outermost regions. We are really isolated. We rely a lot on fossil fuels. Around 95% of our energy is coming from oil, which is a very high percentage. Regarding our electricity system, we are around 21% of renewable energy, but on the transport side, we are relying completely on fossil fuel. That means we are importing oil through ships to make it happen here. 2.2 million inhabitants, 18 million tourists per year. There's a lot of energy. There's a lot of water. We don't have water either. So we need to desalinate the water to produce the water, to give water to all these people, but also to the tourists. And then we have the waste, that is another burden we have to carry when talking about sustainability, because all these people and all these tourists is also depositing a lot of waste, and we have landfills here where really collapse, most of them. So there are a lot of challenges and many, many challenges we have to tackle to decarbonize our islands. Around 85% of our current emissions is coming from the energy sector. That means to decarbonize our energy, our system, what we need is to decarbonize the energy system, which is around 85%, as I say. And around 12% is coming from the landfills. So if we tackle these two major sectors, we could pave the way to decarbonize the islands. So I hope that the work you will share these days here will help us to do this and to pave this roadmap we need to go to the sustainability we need in the Canary Islands. Thank you very much.
Dignísimas autoridades, estimado rector y representantes de la Universidad de Las Palmas de Gran Canaria, miembros del comité organizador, investigadores e investigadoras, participantes en esta conferencia procedentes de otros lugares del mundo, welcome everybody to Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. Sean bienvenidos y bienvenidas a esta ciudad, una ciudad amable, una ciudad acogedora, que siempre recibe con los brazos abiertos a las personas que llegan hasta aquí. Para mí es un honor participar en la inauguración de esta 21ª Conferencia Internacional sobre Desarrollo Sostenible de los Sistemas de Energía, Agua y Medio Ambiente. Quiero comenzar agradeciendo al Centro SDEWES, a la Universidad de Las Palmas de Gran Canaria, al Comité Científico y a todas las instituciones colaboradoras que hayan elegido nuestra ciudad como lugar de este encuentro. Durante los próximos días, nuestra ciudad, así como la isla de Gran Canaria, será un espacio internacional de conocimiento, de investigación y también de cooperación. Aquí se compartirán tecnologías, modelos, políticas públicas y experiencias orientadas a uno de los mayores desafíos de nuestro tiempo: garantizar el bienestar de las generaciones presentes sin comprometer las posibilidades de quienes vendrán después. Dicho de una forma más breve, aquí se hablará de sostenibilidad, lo que significa que centraremos nuestra atención en el gran reto de nuestro tiempo, un reto que en este lugar adquiere un significado muy especial. Como he dicho en numerosas ocasiones, tanto aquí como en otros foros nacionales o internacionales, en un territorio insular, la sostenibilidad nunca es una idea abstracta. Se hace visible con cada litro de agua que producimos y que consumimos, en cada kilovatio de energía que necesitamos importar o que somos capaces de generar, en cada tonelada de residuos que producimos, en cada metro cuadrado de suelo que urbanizamos y en cada ecosistema que decidimos proteger. De modo que, si me lo permiten, yo les diría que las islas nos enseñan algo fundamental. Habitamos en un mundo limitado. Las islas nos enseñan que todos los sistemas están relacionados, que no podemos hablar de agua sin hablar de energía, que no podemos hablar de energía sin hablar de emisiones, que no podemos hablar de movilidad sin hablar de la calidad del aire, ni de urbanismo sin hablar de biodiversidad, de salud, de cohesión social y de calidad de vida. Todo lo cual se puede resumir, si me lo permiten, en una única imagen. Y es que, como habitante del planeta Tierra, también la Tierra, el planeta Tierra es una isla en medio de un inmenso océano celeste. De ahí que quienes vivimos en las islas hayamos comprendido, quizás un poco antes que el resto, las limitaciones que tenemos para hacer de esa limitación una oportunidad en la vida que decidimos vivir. Por eso, esta conferencia no podía encontrar un lugar más apropiado que Las Palmas de Gran Canaria y la isla de Gran Canaria, porque las islas somos al mismo tiempo un territorio especialmente vulnerable ante el cambio climático, pero también un extraordinario laboratorio para ensayar soluciones capaces de ser transferidas a otras ciudades y a otras regiones del mundo. Desde el Gobierno de la ciudad de Las Palmas de Gran Canaria, que me honro en presidir como alcaldesa de esta ciudad, entendemos que la sostenibilidad no puede ser una política sectorial, ni limitada a una concejalía o un conjunto aislado de proyectos. Es es un principio organizador de toda la acción política pública municipal. De esta manera, debe estar presente en cómo planificamos la ciudad, en cómo producimos y consumimos la energía, en cómo gestionamos el agua, con un bien escaso que hace mucho tiempo los ciudadanos de Las Palmas de Gran Canaria lo hemos sabido, hace muchos años atrás, los déficits que teníamos, que ya no es un problema. También lo hacemos cada vez que nos desplazamos, o cómo rehabilitamos nuestras viviendas para que sean cada vez más eficientes energéticamente hablando, o cómo cuidamos nuestros barrios y protegemos nuestro litoral, algo tan preciado como son nuestras costas y nuestras playas aquí en la ciudad. Pero también debe estar presente en la manera de combatir las desigualdades, porque no habrá una verdadera transición ecológica si sus costes recaen sobre quienes disponen de menos recursos. La sostenibilidad debe ser también justicia social, igualdad territorial y garantía de servicios públicos de calidad. Nuestro compromiso como Gobierno municipal progresista parte de esta convicción. Y buena prueba de ello son las dos grandes estrategias que hemos puesto en marcha durante este mandato. La estrategia Las Palmas Más que Bien y la estrategia Las Palmas de Gran Canaria más próxima, más cuidada y más sostenible. Ambas estrategias están precedidas por un plan de acción que facilitó la adaptación a la nueva agenda urbana de nuestra ciudad. Siendo esto importante en la planificación del día a día de nuestra urbe, que tenemos para alcanzar la ciudad que queremos, somos conscientes de que los planes por sí solos no transforman las ciudades, que necesitamos ampliar y reforzar nuestras capacidades. Por eso es tan importante para el Ayuntamiento esta conferencia. Y ello porque la sostenibilidad no consiste únicamente en conservar el mundo que hemos recibido. Consiste también en atrevernos a crear un mundo mejor, un mundo más habitable, un mundo más justo, un mundo más digno. Este mundo no surgirá de una única tecnología, de una única institución o de una disciplina. Tendremos que construirlo juntos y juntas entre todos, conectando energía, conectando agua, naturaleza, economía, conocimiento y democracia. Durante estos días nuestra ciudad de Las Palmas, Gran Canaria y toda Gran Canaria será uno de los lugares del mundo donde ese futuro comienza a pensarse y a hacerse posible. Muchas gracias por elegir nuestra ciudad, espero que también puedan disfrutar de ella. Les deseo una conferencia fecunda, inspiradora y llena de nuevos proyectos compartidos y, por qué no, de ilusiones y de esperanza. Gracias.
Thank you, Carolina, Julieta, Raúl, Pedro, and all the organizers. It's a great honor for me to open this 21st International Conference on Sustainable Development of Energy, Water, and Environmental Systems. And it's particularly meaningful that this conference is being held here in the Canary Islands, because this is the first time that SDEWES is taking place in Spain. This is our first day at work at the University of Las Palmas. We used to take the holidays the second fortnight of August. So the students are coming next week. And over the next 4 days, more than 500 researchers from around the world will come together, some of them online, to discuss one of the greatest challenges of our times: how to transform our energy, water, and environmental systems so that they become more sustainable, more efficient, and importantly, more resilient. Let me begin by congratulating Professor Pedro Jesús Cabrera Santana and the entire Renewable Energy System Research Group at our university. Organizing an international conference of this scale requires scientific excellence, hard work, international cooperation, and above all, vision. I would like so like to thank our partners from the University of Zagreb and Instituto Superior Técnico in Lisbon for making this international collaboration possible, and to all of you for joining us. The fact that SDEWES is being held at our university is not a coincidence. The University of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria was born looking towards the Atlantic. We are an island university, but also are certainly not an isolated university. We are a university open to Europe, to Africa, to America, and to the world. We have recently developed an important strategy which is called Bridge to Africa. And precisely because we are an island, the Canary Islands provide an extraordinary natural laboratory to many of the challenges that will be discussed during this conference. Because we are going to talk about renewable energy, but also about water. And the Canary Islands is talking about producing water from the sea for more than 5 decades. About sustainable mobility, but also about territory, about food systems, circular economy, and climate change. And ultimately, we are thinking about something even more important: how to make systems that we have traditionally considered separately, energy, water, food, transport, and the environment, working together. This approach is obviously closely aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. But let me make one point that I consider particularly important. I am a medical doctor. I've been working mainly on food systems, and I've been particularly working on the sustainable food systems with United Nations. And the Sustainable Development Goals cannot remain simply a declaration of good intentions. We need science, we need knowledge, we need innovation, and we need that knowledge to reach those who make decisions and to be translated into effective public policies. This is one of the greatest responsibilities of public universities. It is not enough to explain that we face a climate challenge, we must help provide solutions. It is not enough to support the energy transition, we must research how to make it happen. And it is not enough to talk about sustainability, we must develop the technologies, models, and policies that can make truly sustainable systems possible. And this is precisely why conferences such as SDEWES are so valuable. They bring together researchers, engineers, scientists, institutions, and policymakers to share knowledge, create partnerships, and develop new answers to global challenges. Here in the Canary Islands, we understand very well why this matters. We have enormous potential in renewable energy, as Julieta told us, but we also have a particularly fragile environment. And as islands, we depend on energy and water systems that are complex, vulnerable, and often more expensive than those of continental territories. That is why research presented here is not only important for the Canary Islands. It can also be highly relevant to many other islands, coastal regions, and territories around the world facing similar challenges, and in our case, with a strong tourist pressure. And this is one of the reasons why the University of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria is committed to research, internalization, and knowledge transfer. We want to be a university that serves its territory, but also a university that projects the knowledge generated here to the rest of the world. I'm sure that during these 4 days, new ideas will emerge, new collaborations will begin, and perhaps some answers will be found to questions that we still cannot answer today. Because ultimately, this is what science is about, asking better questions in order to find better answers. I wish you a very successful conference, a wonderful stay in Gran Canaria, the island of my life. I'm originally from Barcelona, but for more than 30 years I'm living here in this wonderful island, which is a small continent. You will find different landscapes that are incomparable, and I wish you will have time to visit them and also to enjoy the food, the tradition, and to know the wonderful people living in these islands. So you are most welcome to the University of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. It is my great pleasure to officially declare the 21st Swedish Conference open. Thank you very much. Pedro, you have the floor.
Jorge. Okay. Jorge, tenemos. Good morning, everyone, authorities, Gonzalo, Neven. Welcome to Gran Canaria. It is a real pleasure for me as chair of the local committee to welcome the SDEWES community to our island. After more than a year of preparation, seeing all of you here this morning is a very special moment for us. So before going through the conference figures, I would like to say just a few words about what hosting SDEWES conference here means to us. For us, hosting the SDEWES in Gran Canaria is much more than hosting an international conference. The Canary Islands were born from volcanoes, and in a way we are children of these volcanoes. We have a very strong connection with this land. We have learned to live with its limits, to protect it, and to be grateful for what it gives us, and also respectful of what it can sometimes take away. So for us, resilience and sustainability are not only technical concepts, they are part of our DNA. Energy and water have been part of the Canary Islands scientific and public debate for decades. Renewable energy has also been a priority at the University of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria since its early years. Many researchers, engineers, and institutions in our island have devoted their careers on this challenge. So I don't think it is a coincidence that SDEWES is here today. And this brings us the SDEWES2026. This is the 21st Conference on Sustainable Development of Energy, Water, and Environment Systems. And we are very proud that Gran Canaria is hosting this international community. The conference is organized by University of Zagreb, Instituto Superior Técnico, and this year, the University of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. The SDEWES Center works as the executive organizer, and from the local side, we are very proud to be part of this collaboration. And now some numbers. This year we have 551 participants from 58 countries, 250 cities, and 300 institutions. These are impressive numbers for us. But for me, the most important thing is what this map represents. A truly international scientific community meeting here on our island in the Atlantic Ocean. And here you can see this country represented this year, different countries, different disciplines, but many common challenges. SDEWES has a long history. The first conference was held in Dubrovnik in 2002. Since then, the SDEWES community has grown and expanded to different regions of the world. More than 20 years later, we are now celebrating the 21st edition here. And today, I'm very happy to say that Gran Canaria becomes part of this history. SDEWES also has an important scientific impact beyond the conference itself. Over the years, more than 3,800 papers from SDEWES conference have been published in partner journals. As you can see, many leading journals in energy, water, environment, and sustainability are part of this network. So the conversation that starts here can continue through scientific publication. SDEWES has also developed its own journal. The Journal of Sustainable Development of Energy, Water, and Environment System has been open access since 2013. The publication family has continued to grow with the journal Sustainable Development Indicators, followed by the Journal of Sustainable Development of Natural Resources Management in 2025. And from this year, the new Journal of Sustainable Development of Smart Energy Networks. So SDEWES is now much more than a conference, it's a scientific community. And just one practical note, the publication rules will be explained during the closing sessions. Before finishing, I would like to say something personal. Bringing SDEWES to Gran Canaria has taken more than a year of work. I would like to say that thank you to Neven and to SDEWES Center, and especially Marco, Katarina, Ana Maria, and Tomislav for their trust and support. I would like also say thank you to Gonzalo from ITC for his advice and for helping us during this journey. Also to Salvador Suarez. Thank you to the University of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria for its support, especially Sebastián López Suarez as Vice Rector of Institutional Coordination and Elisa from the communication team, because they were from the beginning working with us. Also to our Rector for being here and to support this conference. Also, of course, to my research group, especially José Antonio Carta, Carlos, Enrique, and Noemi. Thank you for the local organizing committee, to Ellipse team, especially Pedro and Benito, and all our team of PhD students and volunteers. And I want to give a very special thanks to Laura Denith. She has been with me all the way. Her help has been essential and amazing. Laura, thank you very much. And now, after all this preparation, the conference belongs to all of you. I hope you enjoyed the science, the discussions, the people, and of course, Gran Canaria. And when you go home, I hope you take with your new ideas, new friends, and a little piece of our island. At the beginning, I said that Canary Islands were born from volcanoes, and that, in a way, we are children of volcanoes. This is, sorry, we have prepared here an audio. Now, yeah. This is a very recent Canarian song that says this in a very simple way. Yo nací de un volcán.
Hasta que el sol nos deje de alumbrar y el viento de rugir. Aquí
Thank you very much.
So good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure for me, authorities and organizers, and all of you, good morning, everyone. So it's a particular pleasure for me to welcome the SDEWES community to my home island, because I personally have been involved in the SDEWES community for many years, and my institute also, the Canary Islands Institute of Technology, which was born from the University of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. So Neven, thank you very much for trusting us. Thank you, University, Pedro, for making this possible. And now I will repeat some of the thoughts of the previous speakers, because I will talk about the energy and water self-sufficiency in island territories. Islands are not small version of continents. They are a different problem. I think this community, more than almost any other scientific community in the world, understands that, because also SDEWES has been involved in many island issues in the last years. We should also do not forget that other isolated territories that are behaving like islands, there are 600 to 700 million people lacking of reliable electricity and water, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa and Southeast Asia. But I will talk now about real islands, but we should not forget that. So, islands are not marginal systems, and I will talk about the new thought. It's about strategic autonomy. I mean, not 100%, but the strategic one. I will come to this point later. So islands are not marginal systems, as you see. Well, I don't know, maybe from the audience, how many of you are coming from islands? Not so many? Okay. Well, but islands represent 9% of the world population, so it's not a minor thing. And only in Europe there are 21 million who are living on islands, and there are more than 2,000 inhabitant islands. Okay, so it's not a trivial issue. So in the Canary Islands, we are a very representative archipelago, because we have big, small islands. We have islands that are interconnected, islands that are fully isolated. So it's a representative case study. So tourism, so a few words about tourism. It's really so the tourism activity provokes distortions in everything regarding planning of energy and water and environment infrastructures in island systems, particularly in islands that have seasonal tourism. This is not the case in the Canary Islands, but in other islands, in most Mediterranean islands, it's an issue. So tourism amplifies the metabolism of the islands with these issues here. Then we come to the classification of islands. So we have the word island, but there is no universal island pathway. So we have large and complex systems like Gran Canaria, with islands with 1 million people, okay? And we have small islands like El Hierro with less than 10,000 people, no? And then the issue of the isolation, both the electrical and water isolation. This is an issue that have to be considered. So, Regarding renewable electricity, we now come to the points of energy and water. Usually we make benchmarks comparing percentages of penetration, like I'm doing here with this table, okay? But we have to consider that the constraints on every island system, no? And the high shares depend on more than ambition. So it's about issues that Raúl García commented before: dispatchable renewables, grid size and inertia, storage opportunities, interconnections, demand structure, and land availability. Land availability is a big issue here in the Canary Islands currently. So we in the Canary Islands Institute of Technology, we have been also consultants to the government in energy issues, in energy planning. We have created a methodology for setting pathways of decarbonization of islands. We have applied this methodology worldwide in other archipelagos like Galapagos or Mexican islands. And we know, and this is more or less what we have to do, we have to convert a system based on manageable sources, thermal generation, into a system based on renewable energies. So basically in electrically isolated islands, we take the surplus that we cannot feed into the grid, and we have to do first that, we have to store, or we have to use the excess energy in the future to power green hydrogen solutions. In parallel, demand-side management, which could account for 10% energy savings. So how to make these pathways implementable? So we have, for instance, modeled for the Canary Islands, we have applied our model for the Canary Islands. No? We have reached 21%, as the Vice Minister explained a couple of minutes ago. But we have to see here, for instance, in here, social acceptance. We have to do lots of more efforts on that. Tourism pressure, of course, but we are seeing that the energy transition is not so easy. Okay, so in particular, people are not aware. People, I mean the society, of the big amount of renewable energy capacity that has to be installed. And people think normally, well, it's enough to put PV on roofs. But we need to multiply here in the Canary Islands almost by 10 the power installed right now. Okay, a very good example of how to do that on islands was already depicted by the councillor of the Cabildo a couple of minutes ago. Is this Salto de Chira RES pump hydro system? So it will be 200 megawatt is almost 1/4 or 1/3 of the peak. Of the daily peak of the island. So this will, in our case, in the case of Gran Canaria, make it the first or one of the first renewable energy islands with more than 50-60% renewable energy penetration in a couple of years, because the works are being completed, I think, next week, the next year. Okay, so we should consider here. We should here consider all these filters that turn potential into reality. No? As I said before, land constraints are here a problem right now, and visual impact of renewables that are slowing down the installation in islands like Lanzarote and Fuerteventura, when the land is scarce. And the biodiversity, or the, let's say the natural beauty, visual beauty of the islands is affected by installing renewable energies. And also the model of the ownership of the new renewables. So this is more a political issue, but it has also to be considered in that point. Well, and then an issue that it's not negligible is 75% of recorded global extinctions occur on islands. So biodiversity is an issue. The Canary Islands, we are in order to tackle all these challenges, we are seeing as emerging technologies, the ones that I'm depicting here, about from the classical ones, more advanced like microgrids or energy communities, which are being pushed here a lot. We see these 4 technologies a key for the energy transition in the next years. So we hope to have floating offshore wind very soon here in Gran Canaria, starting in Gran Canaria. Storage and pumped hydro system is also will be, I think, will be boosted in the next years. Green hydrogen and renewable fuels, Raúl also explained before, we are beginning with this technology at IDC. We have the first hydrogen filling station inside a biorefinery, but we will install a second one here at the port. And also islands where there is a potential are now beginning to explore geothermal energy. Finally, after many years, drilling has begun. So hopefully we will report about success in the next years. Now we talk about water. So in water, particularly about the energy dependence and about the of the water cycle in general. So water cycle in the Canary Islands consumes approximately between 10 and 15% of the global average of the electricity of the islands. And desalination is now structural here. The rector also mentioned it before. So for 60 years we have been desalinating water. Now in Gran Canaria, for instance, half of the water consumed comes from the sea. No? And in this obsession of minimizing the energy costs, we have achieved a world record. No, the ones that are going tomorrow to visit our facility will see this plant, this Desalro 2.0. No? But in some islands where there is a bigger structural water deficit, like Lanzarote and Fuerteventura, the dependence on energy, on electricity, because here most of the energy or the final energy is electricity in the Canary Islands, can reach up to 25%. So this is very, very critical. So the water, we should close the water cycle at the right technological scale and try to, and there the scientific community can be very helpful in adapted solutions for islands. For instance, in the sludge, in the treatment of wastewater, where we are lagging a little bit behind. We have 30% here on Gran Canaria. We have to find alternative technologies for sludge treatment, for instance, or promote, talking now about waste, which I comment later on, promote small anaerobic digestion systems. No? So this is an issue, and miniaturization does not need necessarily optimization. Then we go about the food sovereignty. The rector is expert in that, no? And although it's really not too technical issue, some islands worldwide have set, let's say, objectives for food sovereignty. This is a really complex issue. We have here systems like Playa de Vargas. I think, Pedro, it cannot be visited, no? Playa de Vargas. But they have developed on the coast here a very nice system coupling wind, desalination, and crops production, which can be an example, but it's not really. This is really very island dependent. No? How to achieve food sovereignty. Here, for instance, we have only 20% food sovereignty, but we cannot produce cereals or oils here on a sufficient issue. Maybe with algae. Tomorrow, the ones that are visiting us will see this algae installation, but it's really very island dependent. Then waste. Well, waste is becoming a big problem in continental island territories, the one I referred to before, in sub-Saharan Africa or Southeast Asia. But in in islands, we face difficulties in challenging the waste problems. Two examples: sludge that I commented before, sludge, and also cattle, so exploitation. So we are really lacking of anaerobic digestion units. So it's a thing that could be also investigated in the small scale. Try to bring systems like that in our farms. Okay. And finally, about the circularity. So Raúl also mentioned the efforts that the Cabildo, the Insular Authority, is doing in this issue. But here the message is try to close each loop at the smallest rational scale. I mean, islands really cannot afford a linear metabolism, and we should try to close the loop at the smallest rational scale. I think there is a lot of scientific work that can be done here. And finally, the concept of the island strategic autonomy. So here, this integrated framework would look like. How would it look like? I would begin with the critical services. So what must continue functioning if an island suffers a major external disruption? So electricity, drinking water, sanitation, health services, communications, basic mobility, and a minimum level of food security. Then this defines what we could call the resilience floor, okay, this here. Then we have the biophysical envelope. These are the renewable energies, fresh water, ocean resources, land, ecosystems, and biodiversity. Then it comes to system integration. So can water production respond to renewable availability? Can electric vehicles support grid flexibility? Don't forget that the transport, the Vice Minister commented it before here on islands particularly, we have more cars, more vehicles than in continental areas, so it's really a sector difficult to decarbonize. And then determine the right scale of circularity for each important flow. And then also the issue that the mayor commented before, so the planet is also an island. Okay, so the boundaries are impossible to ignore, so everything affects each other. But it should have sufficient local capacity and flexibility to protect its critical functions, reduce its vulnerable dependencies, and use its endogenous resources without exceeding its ecological and social limits. This is what I meant with what I mean by strategic autonomy. So perhaps this is one of the most useful lessons islands can offer. They force us to recognize limits, they force us to recognize trade-offs, and they force us to connect systems that conventional planning has separated. So thank you very much, and looking forward to seeing you tomorrow at our center in Pozo Izquierdo. Thank you.
It is great to be here. When I was working in Instituto Superior Técnico on islands, Canarias were a huge inspiration for us. Gonzalo and Instituto Tecnológico de Canarias is where we learned how to try to plan for Portuguese islands, Azores and Madeira, and also Cabo Verde. So I learned a lot about islands at that time, and I'm from Croatia, which has 1,200 islands, so we continue with this island story. But I will talk about something else today. I will talk about energy security in post-Hormuz times. European Union imports 97% of oil, 90% of gas, 40% of coal, and 100% uranium. And we can see that in the times when security at the seas is being reduced significantly, we will have to think differently in order to ensure the energy security. Postponing the energy transition is equivalent to funding geopolitical instability. And this is not the right way to go. Today's energy markets are shaped by wars, drone attacks, terrorism, other geopolitical disruptions. If you depend on imported energy, you are not secure. So this is a major European problem. We have to really start solving that very quickly. Hormuz used to transport 20 million barrels per day of oil, which is around 20% of global demand. Demand was reduced because China is not storing so much. Some of the supply was moved through pipelines to Yanbu and Fujairah, but still around 3 million barrels are missing per day, and this is why prices are higher. The alternative pipelines are being constructed, and we are going to survive Hormuz, which is an interesting concept. For the whole of 20th century, Hormuz was sacred. Nobody was supposed to close it, and it's half closed now. How can we reduce the demand? Well, electrification of transport is doing that, but too slowly. It's reducing about 0.6 million barrels per day per year. So we should quicken the electrification of transport significantly. And the only way how we could really quickly destroy demand would be to increase the price of oil to 5 euros per liter. At 2 euros per liter, everybody is still driving. So nothing actually happened. Regarding the gas, it looks like a huge amount of gas is coming from through Hormuz, 100 billion cubic meters per year, but it's 20% of global LNG demand, or only 3% of the total gas demand. So it's not that crucial, but it is, LNG is significant for Europe and Southeast and South Asia. So they will be, the higher prices of gas will stay. There is very cheap price over there in US. On Henry Hub, it's around 10 euros per megawatt hour. It's 50 euros per megawatt hour in TTF, European market. So there should be arbitrage. The gas should be brought, but there is not enough available capacity. So for several years, the gas will stay expensive. Another issue is that in most European markets, the marginal technology that influences the prices on the market is gas. And this gas is being imported, not so much through Hormuz in Europe, but it's being imported, and the price of gas is fungible, meaning that it's global. Which means that we are going to have very high electricity prices unless we do something. And that's something you can see from this map. On the left side are average spot prices in Europe in 2018. They were quite low everywhere, apart from places like Italy or Greece. And then you have it in 25, and you can see that they're still low in Northern Europe and Iberian Peninsula, France, and they're very high everywhere else. So why is that so? Because the way how marginal electricity price works, gas power plants will generally bid partially at mass stake, the part which they have to run, and the other part will be at variable cost. So the cost of gas and the cost of CO2 emissions. So in countries where you have gas marginal at many hours, like in Belgium, Netherlands, Italy, Greece, 80% of time, the price is very high because it is the price of gas. In countries like Spain, Portugal, France, where gas is marginal, only 7% of time, or in Sweden, Finland, and Norway, where it's practically never, the price of electricity is very low. In Eastern Europe, it's more coal that is marginal than gas, but it's the same problem because CO2 is very expensive. So when you go back, you can see that in countries which did implement energy transition correctly, like in Scandinavia or in the Iberian Peninsula, France is outlier because they did build their nuclear power plants like 60 years ago, so they didn't do it now. These countries have a low price of electricity, and they are independent of high prices of imported fossil fuels. So this is the way to go. Sun and wind don't pass through Hormuz. They're not dependent on geopolitics. They're not coming from Russia. Yes, panels are coming from China, but this is another time scale problem. It's a 20 years time scale. It's not daily problem or weekly problem or yearly problem like with fossil fuels. So if China decides to stop exporting solar panels, which I suppose they will not, then we have 20 years time to develop our own solar panel. And we have technology, but of course we prefer Chinese panels because they're much cheaper. Why should we pay more if we can pay less? So this is not the same order of magnitude problem. There will be no problems with solar panels. You can even ship them around Africa if Bab el-Mandeb doesn't work. Solar panels and wind reduce wholesale price in some hours. It improves energy security and thus improves the security. And a new phenomenon that is happening now are negative prices. So more and more hours we have negative prices. This is not something we should have in the long term, but if we have it, we should use it. This beautiful free energy or negative energy can be used to heat our homes, power our cars, produce hydrogen, or do whatever we need. Yes, renewables are variable, but this is a technical problem that we engineers here can solve it. And this conference started to solve this problem already in 2002. And this is why this conference is still very successful, because we knew that this is going to be the most important problem, flexibility. But geopolitical dependence is strategic vulnerability. We know how to solve variability with grids, demand response, storage, and flexibility, but there is no engineering solution to unstable suppliers. More or less everybody is understanding that, and renewables are now practically 90% of new installations in the power system. The fusion has overtaken fission. When I say fusion, I mean solar energy, because solar energy is actually fusion energy, but fusion is done far away, so we don't have to take care of it. The question is the rabbit or turtle going to win? Is turtle, the fission, going to overtake fusion, the solar energy? We'll see. Of course, nuclear is a dual technology, so some countries will be building nuclear power plants, even though they are more expensive. They take very long time to build, but they have other reasons to build it, but they're very expensive compared to wind and solar. Another issue is that if we base our decarbonization strategy on nuclear, that means we have to postpone decarbonization. So look at the comparison of emissions of fossil fuels, of fossil carbon, between the renewable scenario, which is the orange one, they're falling constantly, and nuclear one. It means they have to grow for another few decades and then fall down. And then I will remember Pirandello's drama about a small village in Italy in 1920s, which didn't want to electrify its streets because it was waiting for some magical liquid light that would come, because this is the scientific solution. So they were in dark for a few years. And finally, of course, they accepted the real solution, wired electricity. Wind is actually a base load on a continental level. You can see it from this graph that in the last 6 years there was not a single hour where we didn't have wind in Europe. The only issue is how to economically use electricity which is above the red line. So we can use it to electrify heat, industrial heat, transport, to produce hydrogen, all the things that can be turned into deferrable loads, so they can be moved in time. And one more thing to remember, how Europe did shield customers from oil price volatility after 1974 oil crisis. We increased the prices of fuels, doubled them, by taxes. And these taxes are now serving as a kind of a cushion. So we should think about doing that with other fossil fuels. Just increase the price slowly, so people don't notice, of course. But we should increase them and keep them high in order to push people slowly towards local renewable energy sources. Do subsidies help? Yes, well, sometimes we need to soften a little bit a shock, but we should not keep them too long, because that would mean that in the end the prices would go down, and I wouldn't bet on opening of Hormuz ever again, because nobody really has a very big interest in doing that. The other producers of oil would prefer to have oil price high. So we should probably plan our future for high oil prices and quick electrification of transport. But look at one of the most developed countries in the world, Ethiopia. It has 100% electric car market. They're now better than Norway. And Laos just joined in July 26. Why did they ban sales of internal combustion engine cars? How did they do it? They are poor, actually. Well, they did it because they don't have their own oil production. They don't have their own industry of cars, production of cars. So they have no vested interest in continuing sales of internal combustion cars. And also they have 100% renewable electricity. So this is the way to go. Some will come quicker, the other will come slower, but if you don't have significant car industry in your country, and if you don't have oil production, it makes sense to follow the great examples of Ethiopia and Laos. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. I will be my speech will be much more boring than Neven's, but on the positive side, it will be much shorter as well. I will just I would just say a few words about the technical and administrative issues for the SDEWES conference and for all the participants at the SDEWES conference. So as you probably imagined or already saw, this is a hybrid conference, which means we have participants that are with us here on site, but we also have participants that are following the conference online through a virtual part of the conference. But nevertheless, if you're online or if you're on site, the critical issue is that you present your work and that you present your papers. So it's very important for the papers to be presented, and it's very important that all the questions in the virtual part of the conference are answered. As I said, doesn't matter if you're here or if you're with us in the virtual part. It's very important to have the work presented. Otherwise, SDEWES will cancel your papers, and your papers will not be able to be a part of the invitation process for special issue journals. If you're presenting the paper here, then my suggestion is that you try to be around 15 minutes, 10-15 minutes before each session in your room. There will be a local organizing committee member in each of the rooms. They will assist you with copying the presentations, testing if everything is okay. The same actually applies to the chairs or co-chairs. So also just come around 15 minutes, 10 minutes before the session. Local organizing people will bring all the materials you need for chairing the session with all the information, so don't worry about anything. When it comes to conference itself, we will have everything in this building. This is the main room, room A. All the rooms where we will have the presentations are on the first and the second floor, so B, C, D, E, and then on the upper floor the remaining rooms. The only thing that is actually not inside this building is the coffee break, lunch break, and the poster session, but it's very close. It's just on the back side of this room A in the courtyard. On the first level terrace, you will see the tents for the coffee breaks. You will see the panels for the posters. It's an excellent way to go through the posters, having your coffee, so it's very convenient. Each participant has a name tag, but on the other side of the name tag you have your lunch coupons. So you will just use a coupon each day to get your lunch, and also you have the social trip coupon, where you actually see which group are you in tomorrow for the trip. Please try to check the information for the social trip tomorrow on the SDEWES webpage. You have all the information for each group. So what's the program, when we start, where we start, and so on. We will definitely have very detailed instructions today in the evening, and of course tomorrow morning we'll put different kind of information posts here in front of the registration desk, so you will see exactly where your bus starts, at what time, what will be the schedule, and so on and so forth. So please check the social part on our webpage and see all the information. Finally, after my part, we will have an award ceremony. And after the award ceremony, we will have a group photo. So the group photo will be in front of this room A, so on the stairs right in front of the registration desk. So when we finish the award ceremony, just go outside. We'll have a very, very quick group photo, and afterwards we go for coffee break, and after the coffee break we continue with the invited lecture, and that's it. Thank you very much. I hope I wasn't too long or too boring. After me, we now continue with the award ceremony. Today we will have two levels of the awards. We have the Elsevier and we have the SDEWES part. We will start with the Elsevier. So I would kindly ask Domizia, okay, to join me at the stage to present an award and give the awards for the.
Just one more information for those who selected the surf school option for the social event. Please check your emails. We sent yesterday detailed instructions where you need to be, when you need to be. So that's it.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hi everyone, good morning. I feel very honored, very humbled to be here, especially because I'm now a scientist, I'm now a researcher. I do something completely different. Take the stage, guys. This is all yours. Come on, go. My name is Domiziana, and I am the Partnerships Director at the Elsevier Foundation. The Elsevier Foundation is obviously part of Elsevier. My job is to look after our 25 programs that we have, and they're all looking at how do we really support science and research that is inclusive and equitable for everyone. And so one of the programs that we support are the awards for women in science from low and middle income countries, which we give in partnership with SDEWES, the Organization for Women in Science, an UNESCO organization. You'll hear about it in a second from my colleague, Julia. We have here on the stage, 4 of our 2026 winners. You can see them here, and of course their names there. And I just really want to point out that our 5th winner, Tabitha Mollo from Kenya, is now here. She wasn't able to obtain her visa, and I really just want to mention this because I think it's important to keep remembering that there are so many unfair barriers to participation, and people around the world have to go through them and continue to experience. So it's a privilege that we have all of you, but I really want to underscore that we do miss Tabitha very much. Just a little quick background, 30 seconds. For more than 15 years, we have worked to amplify the voices and achievements of women researchers. And these are scientists whose work not only advances the knowledge, but also drives progress towards the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And every year, the awards rotate the scope. We have had areas like inclusive health, but also food security, water management. And this year's winners, and of course the reason they're here is because their work advances critical sustainable energy and sustainable energy solutions for challenges in their communities and their countries, and you'll hear from them in a second. To date, the awards have honored about 80 outstanding women researchers from over 35 countries. We have a really, really great cohort of alumni, and they really are role models. They become ministers, they're advisors, and they're mentors. And they're really inspiring generations, often in contexts where that support can be scarce. And so we see these awards really more than recognition. They build credibility, they unlock funding, they expand the networks, and they open doors to leaderships, especially for early career researchers, and we think that's really, really a turning point in their careers. And so we also work to actively connect our winners with the global research ecosystems, that's you. And so for us, being able to invite them to a conference like this one, it's really, really incredibly important because it translates into visibility, into speaking opportunities, in direct engagement with the research community. And so I really just want to sincerely thank Professor Nevin and everyone else that has worked with us from the scientific committee. You've been absolutely fantastic, and we incredibly appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'll now hand over to my colleague Julia, and then we'll go to our winner and quick award ceremony. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Domiziana. And first of all, of course, I want to congratulate all the awardees. SDEWES is really, really happy to be here to celebrate with you your achievements, and it means a lot that you came from all around the world to celebrate with us. So a round of applause to the awardees, please. So my name is Giulia Signori. I represent OSD, which is a UNESCO program based in Trieste, Italy. For over 30 years, we've been supporting women scientists from the Global South through fellowships, networking, capacity building, and opportunities for international collaboration in general. We are also a membership-based organization. This means that we have over 12,000 members who are all women scientists based in the developing world. And we also have what we call national chapters. We have 59 national chapters. There are groups of locally based scientists working together to organize conferences, to organize networking events, to mentor each other. So it's a very active network that we are not trying to build, but it exists. It's very functioning, it governs itself, and it is really ready to be activated. So I would like to thank SDEWES or SDEWES, I don't know the exact pronunciation, I've heard both, for having us here today. And of course, I would like to thank very much the Elsevier Foundation for supporting this prize and award for over 15 years. This award has been showing that women scientists in the Global South are there. They are already making a difference. They are working to enhance the opportunities within their own communities, and they for sure deserve a greater visibility and greater opportunities to contribute to the global scientific community. We do see SDEWES as a community, and we see our community as a bridge between the Global South and academia, research institutions, policymakers, and the private sector. So please, the invitation is to come and meet us during this week. Come meet the awardees, come meet us. We really look forward to getting to know you and to finding opportunities to collaborate on new initiatives, projects, and partnerships, trying to bridge this gap that sometimes there is between the scientific world in the Global North and in the Global South. We also invite you to join us on our panel on Wednesday morning. The title is Research Under Constraint, Enabling Global Collaboration for Sustainable Innovations. So that's a good opportunity to hear a bit more from the awardees, and congratulations once again to all of them. And now I think they will all have the opportunity to, or the challenge to present a bit of their research in 1 minute each. So good luck.
Okay. Hello and good morning, everyone. I'm so proud of being here with you. I'm Dr. Fadi Al-Haj Hussein from Hama University, Syria. I'm an organic chemistry researcher. My research focuses on valorization industrial waste for sustainable energy application. I'm truly honored to receive this award, and so grateful for OWSD and Elsevier Foundation and this conference community. Thank you so much.
Hola a todos. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much for to the Elsevier Foundation and to OSD as well. It is an honor to be here, of course, sharing with all of you. My name is Cristina Dominguez, and I'm from Guatemala. And my work is basically at the intersection of science and policy. So I work with governments in developing countries and with practitioners by supporting them with providing data and geospatial tools for energy access planning, and of course making sure that this access really translates into local development. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm Dulika Sandamali Gunaratne from University of Marathwada, Sri Lanka, and my research focus is on bioenergy, especially thermochemical conversion of biomass and integrating them with furnaces and boilers in industries. So that's my focus, and I would like to thank WSD and LCVA Foundation for recognizing our efforts in developing countries, and also the organizers of this conference. And I hope that this will be motivation for young researchers as well in the energy sector. Thank you so much.
Hello, good morning, everyone. First of all, I would want to thank the organizer of this conference, and also thank SDEWES Foundation, SDEWES, and also UNESCO, and also congratulate my other fellow awardees as well. So, by the way, my name is Victoria Kondia Karagashi. I'm a Togolese scientist and based in Rwanda, in East Africa. And I'm from the African Institute for Mathematical Science Research and Innovation Center. Though my work is also between the science and the policy making process. I do basically energy system modeling when it comes to the demand side modeling, as well as such as also the production side modeling system. And as you said, I think we need those kind of model to be able to support our energy system and all the system planning specifically for our cities and so on. So I also do support our policies and making process when it comes to the energy efficiency, and as well as the monitoring, evaluation, and then also reporting, then taking into account the emission side, how to reduce our greenhouse gas emission as well. So I'm very happy, and I think this award also means for me a pathway to also inspire young women scientists around the world. And I'm very grateful to be here. Thank you very much.
Good morning, dear colleagues, distinguished guests, and members of the SDEWES community. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the award ceremony of the 2026 SDEWES conference. This session is dedicated to celebrating the achievements of our colleagues who have made outstanding contribution to advancing the sustainable development of energy, water, and environment systems. Today, we will recognize and honor the authors of the most cited SDEWES paper, the authors of the most cited JSDEWES paper, the authors of the 3 best papers, and the most loyal SDEWES conference participant. We have an inspiring set of recognitions today, reflecting the excellence and diversity of our SDEWES community. Let us begin with the awards for the most cited papers, whose impact has resonated strongly with our field. The award is presented to the authors of the most cited paper published in one of the SDEWES special issues of our associated journals. The most cited SDEWES paper is determined by the number of citations a paper receives during 2 calendar years after the publication, adjusted by the journal's impact factor. The recipients of this award will receive certificates from SDEWES, along with a book authored by a member of SDEWES International Scientific Committee. This year, we are acknowledging the winners of the most cited paper from 16th SDEWES Dubrovnik Conference 2021. The award goes to Eliza Dahl Orsoleta, Paula Ferreira, Jeremy Gilson-Dranka for the paper titled Low Carbon Technologies and Just Transition, Energy Transition, Prospects for Electric Vehicles. And this paper was published in Energy Conversion and Management X. Their work examines electric vehicles through the lens of energy justice, highlighting both their contribution to the low carbon transition and the social and environmental inequalities that might emerge across the life cycle of the electric vehicle. As part of the recognition, the authors will receive the book award entitled Solar Energy Engineering, Processes and Systems by Professor Soteris Kalogirou. Unfortunately, none of the authors was able to attend the conference and will receive the award by mail. Now, most cited SDEWES paper. This award recognizes the authors of the most cited paper published in the Journal of Sustainable Development of Energy, Water and Environment Systems. The selection procedure considers the number of citations received by each SDEWES paper over the 2 calendar years following its publication. The paper with the highest citation count is acknowledged as the most cited SDEWES paper, and the recipients will receive certificates from SDEWES, a book authored by a member of SDEWES International Scientific Committee, and an additional token of appreciation, 2 SDEWES coins. And each SDEWES coin carries the value of 1 SDEWES publishing fee. Thus, the awarded authors receive 2 fee waivers for publishing their future work in SDEWES. This time we are honoring the winning paper from SDEWES Volume 11, and the award goes to Lukas Knorr, Florian Schlosser, and Henning Meschede for their paper Assessment of Energy Efficiency and Flexibility Measures in Electrified Process Heat Generation based on simulations in the animal feed industry. Their work compares efficiency and flexibility-oriented electrification options for industrial heat supply, showing how hybrid solutions can combine high efficiency with operational flexibility and improved cost performance. The recipients received the book Sustainable Process Integration and Intensification by Professors Jiří Klemeš and Peter Verbanov and their co-authors. Congratulations once again to the authors for this highly impactful contribution. And now I invite recipients or someone on their behalf to the stage to receive the award.
Yeah, thanks a lot for this nice award, and of course thanks to all who cited this paper, because without you we haven't get this award. And Neven, you mentioned this morning the dynamics in the electricity market, and I really like this paper, but as you saw, it's a little bit old, and in the meantime a lot of things happened on the electricity market, so the dynamics is increasing, the high prices are increasing, but also the negative prices. And I think 2 weeks ago I discussed with Lucas, who's still in my group, that we have to do the research again with the new prices, so we will continue with that, and thanks again for this nice award. Thanks.
The Best Paper Awards honor the highest quality research papers presented at SDEWES conference. This time we received 36 nominations by the editors or reviewers, covering nearly all archival papers. Each nominated paper was carefully reviewed and evaluated based on its scientific quality, originality, methodological rigor, and relevance to SDEWES topics. After a detailed review and scoring process, the awards committee selected 3 outstanding papers for recognition as the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st best papers. Before presenting the Best Paper Awards, let me introduce the members of the SDEWES 2026 Awards Committee. It has been my honor to chair this committee, which includes Professors Felipe Feijo, Carla Montagut Montalva, Brian Veit Mathiesen, Antonio Piacentino, Inge Stadler, and Alexander Zidanchik. I sincerely thank each of them for their dedication and valuable contributions throughout the selection process. And our task was both challenging and rewarding, given the exceptional quality of all submissions. Now, without further delay, let us proceed to unveil and celebrate the outstanding authors of 3 winning papers. We begin with the 3rd Best Paper Award. It goes to a physics-enhanced neural network approach for packed bed latent heat storage systems incorporating hysteresis and subcooling, whose first author is Elham Hassan Nejad, a female researcher from Germany. Their work develops a physics-enhanced neural network that accurately captures hysteresis and subcooling effects in thermal storage systems while significantly reducing computational time and making it well suited for fast energy management and planning applications. The recipients received the book Sustainable Process Integration and Intensification by Professors Klemes and Verbanov. And now I invite Elham, the first author, to the stage to receive the award and address the audience.
It's an honor to be here and to receive this award, and I would like to thank you to the SDEWES community and also my co-author and my project partner. Thank you so much.
We now move to the second Best Paper Award, which is presented to the paper titled How do closed-loop floating photovoltaic systems in tropical climates affect adjacent water body temperatures? Whose first author is Fabian Alonso Lara Vargas from Colombia. The study challenges the commonly assumed cooling advantage of floating PV in tropical climates, showing that platform design and underlying water temperature can significantly influence system performance. The recipients also received the book Solar Energy Engineering, Processes and Systems by Professor Soteris Kalogirou. Congratulations to the authors on this excellent achievement, and it is my pleasure to welcome Fabian, the first author, to the stage to receive the award.
Well, thank you, SDEWES committee, and I want to dedicate this award to my professor Carlos Vargas. Thank you.
And now we come to the first Best Paper Award. This year's top award is presented to the paper titled Reassessing Last Mile Electrification Pathways Considering Greenhouse Gas Emissions, whose first author is Lucas Martinez Rodriguez from Spain. This study shows how incorporating carbon pricing into electrification planning can substantially shift generation toward renewable energy, and at the same time highlights the need to balance low carbon investment with the affordability of universal electricity access. The recipients received the book Renewable Energy Systems, a smart energy systems approach to the choice and modeling of 100% renewable solutions by Professor Henrik Lund. My warm congratulations to the authors of this outstanding achievement. And now it is my great pleasure to invite Lucas, the first author, to join us on the stage to receive the award and share a few words with the audience.
Thank you very much for this recognition. It's a great honor for our team to receive this award, and I would like to thanks to the scientific committee, the organizer for this excellent conference, and a special thanks to my colleagues at UPB for their support and hard work that made this research a reality. Thank you all, and make of this Congress the most. Thank you very much.
Before I move on the next award category, I would like to highlight that this year's results reflect commendable geographical diversity and gender representation among our award recipients. It is encouraging to see such a representation. The first authors come from 3 different countries, Spain, Colombia, and Germany, spanning 2 continents. We are also pleased to see both genders represented among the first authors, with the 3rd best paper led by a female researcher. Beyond excellence in research, we also honor those who have stood with SDEWES family year after year. Now, let's move to the next award category, the Loyalty Award. This award recognizes the most loyal participant of SDEWES conferences, honoring many years of active engagement and contribution to our community. The Loyalty Award goes to Professor Beryl Kilkish of Austin Technical University, who has participated in an impressive 16 SDEWES conferences, out of which 11 main SDEWES ones since 2015. His continued support, intellectual contribution, and enthusiasm are deeply appreciated. Professor Kilkish also receives the book Sustainability in the Process Industry, Integration and Optimization by Professors Klemesh and Verbanov and their co-authors. And now I invite Professor Kilkish to the stage to receive the award and address the audience.
Thank you very much for this Loyalty Award, which is very important for me. It's a pleasure to receive at the SDEWES 21st conference. Being on an island, these also have an important role in the foundation of SDEWES for their potential to bring together energy, water, and environment systems for sustainable development. I have the honor to experience this special research community since 2014. I first attended the Mediterranean Conference and then the 10th SDEWES Conference in Dubrovnik, based on sincere appraisals. Since then, it is with a sense of responsibility to continue to contribute to this vision with new findings and metrics based on systems that increase exergy utilization, reduce emissions, and improve system performance. Thank you to Nevin, Natasha, and the organizers all for this opportunity, and best wishes to everyone for their research work as the SDEWES community. Thank you so much.
On behalf of the award committee, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to all the awardees. Your achievements, dedication, and creativity continue to raise the standards of excellence in our SDEWES community. I would also like to thank all participants, authors, reviewers, and organizers for contributing to yet another successful SDEWES conference. And let us continue to celebrate, innovate, and inspire one another in the years to come. Congratulations once again. Let us take a moment to celebrate the success together. And please join me in a round of applause. And before closing the session, I invite all awardees and all present members of the award committee to come forward for a joint photo to mark this special moment. Please.
Thank you, Natasha. Just two quick things. After we finish here now, we will go to the front stairs and we will do a quick group photo, and after that we go for a coffee break. And just one introduction, one information for the lunch break. Based on the caterer's instructions, they have set up blue bins and yellow bins for trash bins that we should use during the lunch break. So please try to use them after you finish with the lunch. So thank you. Let's have a group photo after the awardees photo.
It wasn't. It's always boring. No, it is not. No, you do it in a very good way. Really. I mean, the topic is boring, but, but not your speech. Not me.
No, yo no tenía ni idea, O sea, porque era, yo intentaba no mirar.
Another photo outside. Yes.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome to this first invited lecture session at the 21st SDEWES conference with the invited lecture of Sylvie Laurent, who is the William Brown Endowed Chair Professor in Mechanical Engineering at Villanova University. She is the Senior Associate Dean for Research and Innovation in the College of Engineering and also Professor of Exceptional Class at the National Institute of Applied Sciences, University of Toulouse, alongside being a member of the Academia of Europea and the Scientific Council of the European Research Council. She is the author of at least 7 books, numerous book chapters, and close to 300 peer-reviewed international journal papers. Beyond her scientific contributions, she is known to us also as the editor-in-chief of Energy Conversion and Management, a long-term partner journal, and as a member of several editorial boards. Today, in her invited lecture, Sylvie will share with us her world-renowned experience on flow architectures across numerous applications and scales based on hierarchical flow systems for energy storage. I am sure we will all appreciate the knowledge and insights she will share with us. Sylvie, the floor is yours.
Hola, buenos días. Encantada de estar aquí con vosotros hoy. And the rest will be in English. So, a few words about where I come from. Just like Shir said, I'm a professor at Villanova University, which is a small private university in the US, founded in 1842, with 7,000 undergrad students and 3,000 graduate students, master and PhD students. Engineering is a tiny part of the campus with 1,000 undergrad and 300 grads. That makes 150 PhD students and about 100 faculty. So as a Dean of Research and Innovation, I am in charge of 100 faculty. You can imagine the headache that it means. So Villanova is right next to, in the suburbs of Philadelphia. And Philadelphia is on the East Coast, halfway between New York City and Washington, D.C. So that when you come to the US for some tourism, usually you go to New York, you go to Washington, D.C., and you skip Philadelphia. It's a mistake because it's truly a wonderful city, very historical city, first capital of the US. So a very walkable city, unlike most places in this country. Now, Villanova. Villanova University is very famous for two things. The very first one is its basketball team. You're very much aware that athletics is super important in the United States. In the US universities, the number one salary is not the salary of the president, it is the president of the basketball coach. Okay, that gives you an idea of what is important and what is not. So Villanova is very well known for being a pipeline of players at the Knicks in New York, to the point that the team that won the championship this 2026 tournament had 3 players who used to be in the championships, in the team that won the NCAA championship 10 years ago. And that leads the Knicks to end Villanova connection to be known as the Nova Knicks, for those who are interested in basketball. But we are also very famous for graduating a mathematician. A few decades ago, that mathematician is named Leo. And I heard that he visited the island very recently. So that's Villanova. Now, about me. So I was a professor in south of France in an engineering school in Toulouse, and mother of 2 daughters who left home, and at some point I went through my personal middle life crisis, you know, that moment in a personal life when you're ready to do some crazy stuff. And in my case, I told my husband, let's cross the ocean, let's go to the United States, which we did. 6 weeks later, they were closing the borders because we were entering the pandemic. So I wanted some adventure. I had some adventure. We were stuck for 2 years in the United States. So in terms of research, just like Shira said, I work in thermal fluid, thermal engineering, energy systems, and I'm interested in flow architectures, which I will try to develop through my presentation now. I started to become interested in this about 25 years ago. At the time, I was collaborating with a professor, non-professor Bejong at Duke University in North Carolina. And the idea is to consider that every time there is a potential difference, there is a flow, whatever kind of flow we are interested in, and if given enough freedom and enough time, that flow system will get organized in order to increase the overall efficiency of the system. And that works very well in nature. If you look at water systems, for example, but we can say the same thing when for the transport, any kind of transport. Fluid for sure, but also mass, and also heat. So the idea is to question and to develop theory so that we're capable of predicting and, as engineers, designing with purpose. There is an entire branch of science which is called biomimicry, in which scientists are very much interested in looking at nature and copying into and designing engineering systems. The approaches that we develop are rather different because we develop theoretical approaches so that we are capable of predicting things. And that brings me to the outline of my presentation. I would like to discuss energy storage with two different types of examples. Thermal energy storage with an example related to thermochemical energy storage, and energy storage dedicated to power. I want to discuss compressed air energy storage. And those energy storage examples can be integrated at urban scale, and that will be the last part of this presentation. So let's start with our energy storage. I am showing here a little graph related to the technology readiness level of different energy storage systems. And I will cover, like I said, thermochemical energy storage and compressed air energy storage. And the reason I'm doing this, it's because they are at the two ends of the spectrum. Thermochemical energy storage has a very low readiness level, meaning that it's mainly studied in the labs in our universities, unlike CAES. So let's start with thermal energy storage and thermochemical more precisely. This is working. Yeah. So in a nutshell, because I'm dealing with experts in this room, the idea is to use an element to hydrate it and dehydrate it, and during the chemical reaction, heat will be stored or heat will be released. Here we took the example of SRBR2, which is in its hydrated phase, is capable of receiving heat to be dehydrated and producing water vapor. The other way around, the dehydrated element would be placed in contact with water vapor, and with the right thermodynamic conditions in pressure and temperature, heat can be stored. There are two different kinds. So this is very interesting when you think about long-term energy storage, seasonal energy storage, with two different kinds of technical solutions, I would say. Either an open system, in this case the water vapor will come from the environment, or in a closed loop system. But in both cases, there are strong advantages and strong challenges. The reason why this is a very interesting thermal energy storage solution for seasonal storage, it is because once the chemical reaction has happened, there are no heat leakages. So this is why for seasonal storage, this is a very interesting solution. The problem is size. And to illustrate this idea, I chose this picture from the literature in which the scientists were interested in running an experiment at scale 1. So they had this tiny, that little house that you see on the right-hand side, and they decided to test whether they would be capable of building a reactor based on thermochemical energy storage that would be capable of providing heating during the winter season to this house. But to do this, they had to build this small extension of the house that you see within the red circle here. So you see size and compactness is really detrimental to the development of such a thermal energy storage solution and to the acceptability of users. And that's where lied the challenge for the kind of work that we do. So we said, okay, so with colleagues who were in charge of developing the experimental part, we developed the theoretical and numerical approaches of the problem. And the question was to work, if we know the volume of the reactor and we know which is available, acceptable, and we know the amount of salt which is necessary to store an amount of energy that is also known. And the question is, how do we make the system efficient and as compact as possible? As efficient as possible, as compact as possible. So to answer to this question, we had to work at two different scales. One was the scale of the module, the reactor, if you will, and the other one was to work at the scale, at the metric scale, which is the one of the actual porous system, which is constituted by the salt. And if I take the example, an example here, we have, let's see, okay. So air would be flown horizontally from left to right through those blue channels, and above and below you have some salt layers, all right? So when the air is flown here, because this extremity here is closed, the fluid goes all the way up and down, crosses the salt, and with the right conditions in pressure and temperature, the chemical reaction will happen, and heat can be stored, for example, during the summer season, and then the fluid goes here and exits there. So obviously this is not happening like you need a fan in the system, and the power that is necessary will be also part of the minimization of the fan power, is also part of the objective here. And the question was, so that's one scale of the problem. I will say the other one is the scale of the porous system, which is here, in which we considered we were building 3D printing those tiny cylinders which were impregnated with the salt, so that the chemical reaction could happen while flowing the air through them. At the scale of that big box, which is filled with those layers of salt, the question can be summarized: do we have a better thermal efficiency if we play with few large salt layers instead of many small ones? And what are the parameters that determine the efficiency of the system? The theoretical approaches that we developed and verified numerically allowed us to determine what is the optimal number of salt layers, so that the time scale of the chemical reaction matches the time scale of the convection of the flow system within those big boxes. We could also determine what should be the optimal shape of the box in order to minimize the ratio between the heat which is released or absorbed over the fan power. We could also, when it comes to the scale of the small scale, the scale of the tiny pores, we could determine also what should be the thickness of the impregnated salt layer that will maximize the efficiency of the system. And because we know that the surface of contact between the vapor and the salt is important in a problem where compactness is premium, So we moved from those cylinder tiny structures to what we call the fishbone structures, in which we are increasing the flow pathway so that we are increasing the surface of exchange between salt and the air. And here again, there are ways of improving the efficiency of such systems. So to summarize, we were capable of calculating based on target amount of heat to be stored during the season, what should be the configuration of the reactor that will allow us to store what is expected with maximum efficiency. The second example that I want to cover goes on the other end of the TRL spectrum. So this is about compressed air energy storage. This is a mature technology. So unlike the previous one, which is still on the benches in our labs, this one does exist, okay? But it's not because a technology is there available and used that it is efficient. So that's why there is also room for engineering research. And specifically, I want to cover, to discuss with you how we are trying to generate isothermal compressed air energy storage. So a few words on compressed air energy storage, and the principle is rather simple. The idea is to use electricity when it is abundant and or cheap to compress a gas. And that gas will be stored underground in underground caverns or in some tanks. And when electricity becomes expensive or unavailable because there is no more wind, there is no more sun, the gas is expended, generates electricity which is sent to the grid and or used depending on the application. So that's the very basic principle of compressed air energy storage. When I said that the technology is mature, I truly mean it, because there are power plants who've been using compressed air energy storage for several decades already. If I am not mistaken, the very first one was built in Germany and is still being used. And there was a little bit after a second one in Alabama, in the United States. And then nothing much happened until, I would say, around 2010, when there was some interest because of some government financial incentives, which faded away the next time the next government they came into power. And today there is a surge of interest in compressed air energy storage, which is coming from China. And as an editor-in-chief of Energy Conversion Management, I can tell you that we receive more and more papers submitted studying compressed air energy storage, which is a good thing, because I truly believe that it is an excellent solution for producing energy and fighting intermittency. Now, to continue the presentation on compressed air energy storage, different kinds. Well, that's not the one I want to show, maybe more this one. Here. Yes, okay, so among the two existing types today, which are in operation, so we have the diabatic compressed air energy storage. What does it mean? When a gas is compressed, its temperature goes up. When it is expanded, the temperature goes down, the thermal efficiency goes down because of all the losses and thermodynamic efficiencies which are related to those changes in temperature. The diabatic compressed air energy storage consists in just releasing this heat to the environment. And the two examples I was mentioning, the one in Germany, the other one in the United States, are based on this principle. The round-trip efficiency is not very exciting, it's just 50%. And then there is the other one today, which is adiabatic, compressed air energy storage. The difference between the two is that here you see this element which is inserted. The heat which is generated during compression will be stored with whatever system, but this is a thermal energy storage system. So heat is stored during compression and will be released during the thermodynamic cycle, during the expansion process. Okay, this allows to increase the round-trip efficiency to 70%. Now the Graal would be to work with isothermal compression, because if we are capable of developing a solution in which the temperature of the gas remains constant during compression and during expansion, well, then theoretically the round-trip efficiency goes up to 90%. Okay, so that's what we are interested in with my group. And we're not the only ones. There is a lot of work going on today, which consists, number one, by replacing the classical usual piston by liquid piston, which is a strong improvement in the sense that this is going to reduce all the gas leakages, number one. In terms of, there are a lot of research going on. What is interesting is that those research are highly scalable. At the top right, you see, we took this from papers published in which they do their work is at this bench scale, all the way to room scale experiments, as you can see at the bottom of the screen. And people are trying different techniques. We have ours, which we patented, and the idea is to insert phase change material elements within the compression chamber of a liquid piston, with the idea that the phase change material, if well selected, will be capable of absorbing the heat thanks to latent heat exchanges. So while the temperature of the gas goes up during compression, the heat which is released is immediately absorbed by the phase change material. And by the same token, that heat is released during the expansion phase. Okay? And that's where those work that we are doing on flow configurations finds some applications. Because the question is not only to select the right kind of phase change material, but it's also about giving configuration to the phase change material so that it's capable of absorbing the heat in the most efficient way during the time frame of the compression stroke or expansion stroke. Okay? I skip this one, and hopefully. So I will say that I'm showing here three simulations. The little movie on the left-hand side represents the case when the liquid piston is moving up during the compression phase with no phase change material inserted, and that leads to this average gas temperature change in time. The two other cases, in those two other cases, we are trying different configurations and shapes of the phase change material elements. And I would say that we are not there yet. We are clearly not isothermal yet. But we are capable of controlling during the 2/3 of the compression process. We are capable of controlling the temperature, the average temperature of the air. But we, for now, we fail when we are in the very last phase of the compression. So stay tuned, because we raised money to develop prototypes, And let's see what it looks like, because those are very nice numerical simulations. Now we need to confront our ideas to real life. So let's see what happens. And finally, I would like to discuss the integration of energy storage. So here I'm summarizing the motivations of this work. We are interested at working at district level, and we try small with the ambition of working all the way up to the scale of the cities. So the idea is to try to see how we are capable of complementing the energy needs of a district with renewable energy. And we're trying to develop methodologies that allow us to predict when and where renewable energy production becomes a plus at the scale of a district. So I will just jump to the point here. So what we did is that we selected a district and we are modeling it. So we 3D reproduce all those buildings, and we chose this because this is a tiny community somewhere in Colorado, in the US, and we found that it was an interesting one because we have buildings with very different usages. We have here a group of apartment buildings, we have warehouses, we have offices, we have restaurants, we have etc., etc. So the sizes, the typology, the usage of the occupations of the buildings are very, very different, and it was for us a challenge to see whether we were capable of modeling this little district, this little community, and try to see the impact of adding renewable energy. So the work is, in this work we considered PV panels, but it could be any kind of renewable energy source. So yes, like I said, we modeled every building. We consider we chose Colorado because the weather leads to very strong temperature amplitudes over the year, so that we could see truly the impact of the choices. You have the changes of outdoor temperature here, so it can go from -20 all the way to +30 over 1 year. So you see very strong amplitude in changes. So like I said, we have different usages in those buildings. So when the apartment buildings are empty, it means the offices are full, and that will have impact on the modeling on the way we account for the effect of lighting, of equipment, and ventilation here. So you have some examples, some data here. The modeling was based on Energy Plus and some in-house post-processing study next. I would say that here we are not that much interested in modeling the actual energy consumption of this district, but rather comparing different scenarios that I am going to describe now. And because of this, we made some assumptions, which are the very big one is that this is an ideal load system, so we are not modeling all the HVAC stuff. 20 degrees C in winter and 24 in the summer, and just some PV panels on rooftops or on the ground, depending on the case. So the different scenario, number one, no renewable energy, no PV production. We rely entirely on the grid, which is what is happening today, in fact. So it's a grid supply only. In scenario number two, we consider that each building is connected to a certain surface of photovoltaic panels. And they are chosen in such a way that they may cover from 25% of the needs, the annual needs, all the way up to 100% of the annual needs. That's scenario number 2. It is with or without storage, because we were interested in the impact of storage. In the scenario number 3, instead of having decentralized renewable energy production, we have a PV field, so we are centralizing that production, which is then sent to all the buildings, so that we continue to cover from 25% to 100% of the yearly energy needs of that little community. So what did we learn? Well, first of all, we learned that it's, even if we have around 20, a little bit less than 20 buildings, it's really painful if you want to model everything. So we tried to see whether we could assemble some groups of buildings, because due to their common way of using energy over the day and over the year, and the composition of their envelope, if you will. So we call this clustering, thinking that when we move from this tiny community to the big cities, that approach would be very useful. And here you see the evolution of the energy consumption of some of the buildings during the baseline scenario, which is the one in which all power comes from the grid. In scenario 2, decentralized production, I am showing on the left-hand side in orange the difference between what is produced by the PV panels and what is needed, what is consumed by the buildings. And in light blue, you see the amount that needs to be stored over the year when we have a storage solution available. Now, why is storage needed, and why is storage needed? What we learn is that when the size, in a decentralized case, so each building gets independently its PV panels. When the panels are designed to cover, let's say, 50% of the needs of the annual needs of the building, it doesn't mean that it will be only 50% that needs to come from the grid because of intermittency. And this is illustrated here, in which we plotted as a function of the autonomy level, the ratio of energy that needs to come from the grid. And when I was taking the example of 50%, so the surface of PV panel corresponds to 50% of the annual need of one building. But in reality, that's what you need. You need more than 70% coming from the grid because of intermittency. So that's a way of illustrating why storage is needed in order to reduce the needs from the grid. Same thing. And now in scenario 3, we were interested in understanding if centralizing the production was more efficient than having decentralized PV production. So we compared the different scenarios, and what we learned is that by centralizing the production of PV, we were capable of reducing the volume of storage which is necessary. And that's simply because the needs of the building change depending on the type of building and depending on the occupation. Okay? So that was the first lesson that we learned from this work. Centralizing the production of renewable energy appears to be more effective than decentralizing it, because energy can be shared. When one building needs more, another one may need less. And that leads to less storage sizes. And next, we are also interested in power outage. So very briefly, we would like to know, in case of a power outage, How long does it take to recover? So that's a measure of resilience. And what is the impact of those different scenarios that I was describing on the time to recover for this community? So here I'm showing you the, so what do we have? So we chose here, in this example, this is a power outage of 36 hours during the coldest day of winter in Colorado. So that's not very, very funny, because look at the outdoor temperature, which is fluctuating around minus 15 degrees Celsius. So you wish to have power. That's in green. In green, I have the consumption of one building in this example, and then suddenly, bam, at noon, no more power. 36 hours later, power is back. And here you see the indoor temperature changing very abruptly, because buildings are designed based on thermal resistance and not on thermal inertia. So that leads to very interesting results. And here I'm showing you what we obtain in different scenarios. The base one scenario, and you see color-coded the average temperatures of different buildings in this community. If we are capable of having decentralized photovoltaic production, we are capable of 24 hours after the power outage, the temperature are slightly higher in the building, but it changes depending on the building again, because of topology, because of occupation and needs. And if we add storage to PV, we have better results in terms of maintaining the indoor temperatures. And finally, in this messy last slide, I will briefly comment the impact of the different scenarios on the results. Okay, so follow me here. Those are the temperatures, and here we have power. So this is the consumption of a building. Power outage is happening here. It is recovered 36 hours later. Here we have the PV production for this example. Now, in the case which is relying 100% on the grid, we have a sharp decrease in dark blue in the indoor temperature, and then we recover. The light blue is the case that corresponds to a scenario in which we have a decentralized PV production, no storage. Little improvement thanks to PV, but not that much because no storage. If we are capable of having individual PV production and storage, we will be here. So a little bit better, thanks to the storage that we have in this case. And finally, in the case of a centralized PV production, so centralized PV production but no storage, we can maintain 1/3 of the time the indoor temperature before it goes down. And finally, in the case where we have centralized PV production and storage, in this configuration we were capable of maintaining the indoor temperature. With this, I'm going to conclude briefly this presentation. So I do hope that I could convince you that flow architectures are useful for an efficient distribution of mass and energy, and they allow us to develop powerful framework for compact, scalable, and efficient energy storage systems. We work from those methodologies that we develop, work for small structures at urban scale. Designing energy flow architectures may be as important as energy storage. And with this, I want to thank the kids who's been working with me to develop this work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sylvie, for this excellent invited lecture with so much insight for pioneering and diverse applications at multiple scales, including those for reducing the thermodynamic losses and indicating energy storage as a key parameter for viable, sustainable solutions. I do see multiple questions on the floor, and I give first to this gentleman. Thank you.
Thank you for this very interesting presentation. I'm Francesco Appiello from the University of Naples, and I have a few curiosity regarding the prototype you proposed regarding the isothermal compressed air energy storage. And my first curiosity regards the velocity of the heat transfer rate, because I was wondering how to tune the velocity of the compression phenomena with the velocity of the heat transfer within the phase change material inside the piston. And the other one regards the mechanical resistance of such material. How did you design it in order to face the stress, and how many cycles they can face? Thank you.
Thank you. Two excellent questions. I can tell that you know what you're talking about. That's great. To the first question, in fact, what we do is that we are trying to match those two time scales. And by doing this, this is how you get the shape of your phase change material elements. So here we worked with tiny cylinders, and the question was, how are we going to assemble them so that exactly during the time of the compression stroke, we make sure that there is enough time for the latent heat thermal exchange to happen, which is a challenge because of the poor thermal conductivity of PCM. As for your second question, I guess that we'll have to rediscuss this when we have run the experiments, because the prototype is right now being developed, so I cannot answer for now. But thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I see one question here, please.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm a PhD student from the LATEP in France. And my question is really naive. Since we compress air and then it heats up, and then when we decompress it, it cools down, why do we need to store this energy in a phase change material rather than just isolate where we store the air? Thank you.
Because where is the lab, by the way? Where is your lab?
University of Pau in France.
Okay, good. So why? Because even if you insulate your compression chamber, you're not going to prevent the gas temperature to go up. And that, because of that, you need more pumping power than if you are capable of maintaining the temperature constant. So the problem is not that much about the heat exchanges between the cylinder and the environment. It is truly intrinsic to the temperature increase of the gas or decrease in expansion. Thank you.
And Sylvia, in your presentation, you had one citation coming from the Handbook of Energy Storage. We have one of the editors here, Ingo, when you were giving the example from Hontorf. So I give Ingo his question.
Thank you very much. I was really surprised due to the compressed air energy storage. I thought the research almost was stopped in that field. I also remember the 2010 years, there was a lot of research ongoing in the adiabatic compressed air energy storage. And there was a lot of papers, but as far as I know, it was never realized because it sounds that easy to have the heat exchangers and storage, but then practically on several hundred bars, several hundred degrees, it never was realized. Can you overcome that problems when you go to this isothermal and doing the storage directly where you compress?
So in fact, in those years, there was really a boom of interest, and lots of startups were being developed. There was now I cannot remember the name. I was on their shame on me. I was on their scientific board. Well, anyway, they were right next to Boston, and they were really trying to develop isothermal compression. And there was really a lot of money coming from there. And then oil prices went down, change of government, everybody lost interest, and nothing happened because there was no funding for research. But already at that time, they had the solutions with salt caverns. They had identified the sites where the compressed gas could be stored. So there were already solutions in the drawers to overcome those issues. Today, I know that Siemens is investing in the one in Alabama to increase its efficiency. And like I said, I know that there are already pilot power plants which are being built in China. So there is a regain of interest, and that's why we could raise the funding to develop our own proof of concept. So I'm super happy. This is really the right time to do this kind of work. Thank you.
Yes, Jarek Milewski, Warsaw University of Technology. Very nice talk, thank you. I would like to just emphasize that I was the part of the boom of this compressed air energy storage. And the problem is not really laying in the storage of the compressed air, but in the compression itself, because you need to cool down the air when you compress multi-stage compressor, and you take the heat over there. If you can solve the problem of heat storage this point, it will make the idea more feasible, in my opinion. It's not the storage itself, but the compressor and coolers in the compressors. Thank you. Just the comment, no questions.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you as well. Maybe a question from my side, Sylvie, for your excellent presentation. Case 3, when you were showing the integration at the urban scale, focused on the district-level storage, also with the centralized PV solution. As an extension of that case, do you see its potential combination with also energy storage dedicated for different thermal applications and/or even district heating and cooling systems? Do you see such an maybe 4th case or 5th case for that study and other case studies, and maybe also an island case study in the future? What are your thoughts?
I think those are very good ideas, and this is the direction in which we would like to continue this line of work. Exactly. Yes. Thank you.
Any other questions from the floor? Do you also have any questions from online? I don't know if my colleagues are checking that one, but any other questions? Yes? I first give maybe to Nevin, who hasn't asked a question. Okay.
Hello again. For the scenarios where you have the cutoff energy, how did you choose the cutoff time? And did you do other simulations to see if the cutoff happens at night or any other time of day? Does it have an impact on the simulation? Thank you.
Yes, the answer is yes, and I chose to present this one because that's the one leading to the most dramatic changes. And we covered the coldest days of the winter and the warmest day of the summer also. And yes, it has an impact, but I would say that the overall behaviors are more or less the same. What was interesting for us in this work was to have the relative difference among the different scenarios, And this relative difference is more exacerbated when you choose the coldest day with a power outage happening at noon. Thank you.
Yes, Nevin.
Coming back to decentralized or results that show much better duration in case of cut-off of electricity supply. We have come to that conclusion by district heating.
Yes.
But district heating is difficult in some communities. US is not really a place, nor even France is a very good place for district heating, because district heating entails complicated social contracting in order to have it implemented. But of course, a bigger system is always more flexible, cheaper, efficient, most probably. So how to solve that part of the problem?
I fully agree with you. I would say, though, that in previous work, we show that, because what I'm not showing here is the impact of losses. And depending on the type, if you centralize your production, you will have longer lines, which means more losses. So maybe the definite conclusions that I'm showing here are not that definite, because you really have to account for that. And this is something that we tried to do working with district heating and district cooling. Because the same question, is it better to have decentralized production of those systems or centralized one? And in this work, so here it was more on the thermal side than on the power side. On the thermal side, the answer is also it depends. It depends on the need of the individual, of the users. Because if the needs are not big enough in terms of, let's say, amount of heat that you need in your building, if the need is not high enough, our work tends to show that the centralized production may not be the best idea, in fact. So it's really, there is no one-size-fits-all answer. Second, I agree with you that to accept centralized production is like a social contract. The idea of sharing instead of individual. So it's really a specific mindset. It works very well in Northern Europe, and the Southern you go, you're losing a little bit of enthusiasm, I would say. Same in the US. Believe it or not, the people who are the most interested in it are the army. They are the one investing in district heating, as surprising as it might be. And we know that when a government puts money in the US, in the military, a decade later, you have it at a civilian level. So it might be surprising to say this today. I'm nevertheless optimistic that this is going to happen. Not because of ideology, but because of cost. Because, just like you said, it is the most efficient and therefore least expensive solution. Now, how do you convince individuals to subscribe to this? It's a challenge, and there is a very good and sad example, which is that community in Canada. They more than a decade ago, they built an entire community which was 100% sustainable. They have PV, they had geothermal. You know that one? Yes. They are dismantling it because today the cost of maintenance is so high, they cannot sustain it. So that tells us that it's really about long-term thinking beyond the simple investment. It is maintenance. And when you see such an example that I was using in my classes, so yeah, look what can be done. I stopped using it because they are dismantling it. It's very sad.
Thank you for this insight. We have one last question.
And be careful because it's you are the one between lunch and now. So
I'll be quick, I promise. My name is Mohammed from University of Exeter in the UK. Beyond the centralized or decentralized, if you are electrifying heat in particular, have you considered the long-term impact, the assets you're investing in, for example, PV system? What are you going to do with it in winter? Or what are you going to do in summer? Like, how can you utilize the assets for winter and summer if you are talking about electrifying heat? Have you considered this at all?
if I understand correctly, your question, I would say that you need storage. Because what you are not using in the summer, you store it for usage in the winter.
So this storage, can it be used for seasonal storage, or is it just diurnal storage?
Well, the methodology that we tried to develop is storage type agnostic, in the sense that whatever the kind of storage, it's just storing or not storing. Now, how you're storing, I believe that the answer would be a combination of short-term and seasonal term. So that's why your lithium-ion batteries, BESS, cannot be a sustainable solution for this type of problems, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Bon appétit, maybe.
Thank you, Sylvie, and merci.